Good morning, quorum two.
Good morning.
And we're ready when you all are.
We ready. What do you have? What you
I
got?
have the second half of the calendar starting with number 20.
Number who?
Yeah. Number 20, someone signed the card.
King?
Yes.
Yes, right. Come on up, King. Come up to the green chair. Yeah, right.
Yep, and I have a pen I can borrow.
Yeah, that's right. Y'all got a king?
We do it.
Here you go.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Who do we have?
This number 20, King Douglas.
Your Honor, this is Ms. Hardy from pretrial. Can we start with another one? I'm still waiting on his criminal history to be generated.
Okay, is this going to be a negotiated plea?
It is, Your Honor.
Okay, I don't need his criminal history if it's going to be a negotiated plea this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What do you want me to do? Front row? Front row? Yeah, no choice. Yeah, no choice, didn't you?
Yes, good morning, Mr. King. I'm Judge Eric Morrow. This is the state all-purpose calendar that we're conducting by video. Do you agree to have your case heard by video?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Can you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear from the testimony you're about to give before this court be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You can put your hand down. Thank you, Mr. King. Good morning, Ms. Ferguson. Is this your case?
Yes, it is. Good morning, Judge Morrow.
Good morning. You can proceed.
The state's negotiated plea is 12 months, served 32 days, credit for time served 16 days, with the balance probated. Family violence intervention program, 40 hours of community service, alcohol, drug evaluation treatment, no further contact with Bruce Christopher King, stay away from 5700 Spence Circle. That's in College Park. And at this time, we'd like to sound for the victim, Christopher Bruce King.
If Mr. King is present and wishes to participate this morning, now is your opportunity. Does not appear so, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further from the state.
Yes, Ms. Adams.
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. With regards to Mr. King, Mr. King is open and willing to go ahead and accept the negotiated plea. I just didn't have an opportunity to speak with the state about the possibility of getting rid of the ADET. It doesn't, there's nothing in the facts that shows why it was added, as a condition to the, probation terms. Additionally, Your Honor, we would be requesting two other things. One, Mr. King is disabled, and so he has very limited means. And so we would be requesting that his probation fees be waived, and also two, this issue, he's taking a plea just because he just wants the situation to be over with. These are his siblings. His mother recently passed away, and it's really a real estate dispute over his mother's house. So there's a whole lot of other stuff going on in the background. And so with regards to that, he was living at the home. And he is fine with not going back, but he would need a police escort, a one-time police escort, so he can go ahead and go back to collect his belongings.
The state is fine with waiving the alcohol, drug, and evaluation treatment. And I think his one-time escort was already in the bond, so we're fine with that as well.
Okay, anything further? Ms. Adams?
Nothing further, Your Honor. I'm sorry, I have a quick question, to Ms. Ferguson. Ms. Ferguson, did you say no further contact with Christopher King as well?
Yes, we did have that.
But he's not involved. He's not in the facts. He's not anywhere involved.
His brother, I'm sorry, I have two names for him. Is it Bruce King or
Yes.
Christopher King?
He has-
I'm sorry.
He has 6 siblings. Bruce King is the one that's inside of the affidavit.
Okay, I got an update that said it was a Christopher King. So
No.
it's okay, then we'll leave that as Bruce King.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, anything further, Ms. Adams?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. King, it's my understanding that in case 23 CR 004981H, you wish to plead guilty to simple battery family violence. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol this morning?
No, sir.
You've been represented by counsel. Are you satisfied with her representation?
Yes, sir.
You understand that you have a right to a trial by jury on this charge, and that by pleading guilty to it, you're giving up your right to a trial by jury?
Yes, sir.
Has anyone forced or coerced you to plead guilty?
No, sir.
I'll accept the plea as negotiated. Mr. King, I will waive 2 months of the probation fees to help you get and stay on your feet. And once you complete the terms of the probation, it'll go to a non-reporting status. You can also have a one-time escort with law enforcement to retrieve any belongings that you might have at that Spence Circle address, okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good day. Good luck to you, Mr. King.
Yes, sir. Next will be case number 23, Perkins.
And I'm sorry, this is Mr. Perkins.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and this is also a negotiated plea.
It is.
Good morning, Mr. Perkins. I'm Judge Eric Morrow. This is the state all-purpose calendar that we are conducting by video. Do you agree to have your case heard by video? Thank you. Can you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give, before this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Walker.
Good morning, Your Honor. The state's recommendation is going to be 12 months served, 36 days, credit for time served, 18 days, balance suspended with a stay away condition of 1155 La Vista Walk.
Ms. Adams?
The defense just requests that you accept the negotiated plea.
Mr. Perkins, it's my understanding that in case 23 CR 004321H, you wish to plead guilty to criminal damage to property in the first degree and loitering and prowling. Is that correct?
Correct.
Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol this morning?
No.
You've been represented by counsel. Are you satisfied with her representation?
Yes.
You understand that you have a right to a trial by jury on this charge, on these charges, and that by pleading guilty to them, you're giving up your right to a trial by jury?
Yes.
Has anyone forced or coerced you to plead guilty?
No.
I'll accept the plea as negotiated, Mr. Perkins. Good luck to you, sir.
Out. Next will be position number 25, Ross.
This is also a negotiated plea on all parts.
Hey, bro.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Ross. I'm Judge
Morning.
Eric Morrow. Good morning, sir. This is the state all-purpose calendar that we're conducting by video. Do you agree to have your case heard by video?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Can you raise your right hand for me, Mr. Ross? Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give before this court be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
You can put your hand down. Thank you, sir. Mr. Walker?
Yes, Your Honor. State's recommendation is 12 months to serve 38 days, credit for time served 19 days. Balance suspended with the condition of no further contact with the victim. Her name is Jocelyn Ringer.
Ms. Adams?
Yes, Your Honor, we just requested, the court accept the negotiated plea.
Mr. Ross, it's my understanding that in case 21 CR 003031J, you wish to plead guilty to theft by taking, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol this morning?
No, sir.
You've been represented by counsel. Are you satisfied with her representation?
Yes, sir.
You understand that you have a right to a trial by jury on this charge, and that by pleading guilty to it, you're giving up your right to a trial by jury?
Yes, sir.
Has anyone forced or coerced you to plead guilty?
No, sir.
I'll accept the plea as negotiated, Mr. Ross. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
We will.
Shelton. Position number 26, Shelton.
Your Honor, before we get, into, Mr. Shelton's, not guilty plea and, bond hearing, I did have, someone that needed a Spanish interpreter. His name, is Jose Mendoza. He is position number 22. I just wanted to let the court know that.
Okay. I'm having a bit of trouble understanding, Ms. Adams, that you're informing the court that you need an interpreter for position 22. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, you said, okay.
Yes, I
And-
was able to communicate with him. It's just that he wants to make sure he fully understands everything that's going on.
Of course, that's no problem. Mr. Jordan, have we requested an interpreter for this morning? Let's see. Ms. Grace, are you with me?
Yes, I am, Judge. I'm gonna check on it for you right now.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Ms. Grace. I appreciate it. Good morning. So I'll find out, Ms. Adams. Thank you for letting the court know.
Yes.
Okay, and this is Mr. Shelton, position number 26, and he is going to be arraigned and the bond modification request.
Yes, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr.
Oh, Your
Shelton.
Honor, I'm sorry to cut you off, but I probably should let the court know that the DA's office did accept this as a felony, so it's going to be a felony transfer. With that being said, I'm not sure if he needs to be arraigned since it's being upgraded.
Okay. And so they've already signed off on it?
That is correct, Your Honor. He has a
Okay.
previous battery family violence conviction. You actually heard his VOP hearing on that last Thursday.
Okay, given that it's already been transferred, I will go ahead and allow the Superior Court or the DA's office to deal with any type of bond modification in the matter.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, good luck to you, Mr. Shelton. Thank you, Mr. Walker.
Come on, Chief. The next case will be position number 28.
Okay,
I think there was a conflict attorney that's needed for Mr. Stevens.
Yes,
sir.
Mr. Murphy, good morning. How are you today?
Good morning, Judge. I
Um,
spoke,
So are you going to represent Mr. Stevens?
I am, Judge. He has 3 cases, and I spoke with him yesterday at the jail, and I was hoping to speak with the state about this.
Okay.
Because I hadn't got any offer from them.
I put it. I can put the offers in the chat to you, Mr. Murphy.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to need to come back to Mr. Stevens. Once Mr. Murphy receives the offers, he'll need to speak with Mr. Stevens regarding those offers. So if we could, can you have the ability, Mr. Murphy, to call courtroom 2?
Yes, I would. When they give me the number, I'll call them.
And I believe that number is 404-612-2392. Is that right?
Yes, it's 404-612-22392.
That's a lot of things.
There's too many numbers.
It's 404-612-2392.
Noted.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Who do we have next?
It appears for this attorney, we have nothing but females, and I will probably have to go. You got another male?
Yeah, I have Damonte
Let's
Wiggins.
see. I saw Mr. Attorney Mondelli on earlier. Do we have his client?
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, Mr. Mondelli. Who are you representing today?
Zachary Alexis, he has 2 positions.
And he's positioned, do we have Mr. Alexis positions 1 and 2?
Hold up here.
What are we doing with Mr. Alexis today, Mr. Mondelli?
Judge, Mr. Alexis has finally been restored to competency. If Mr. Walker would wish to convey an offer, I can give the courtroom a call and discuss that with Mr. Alexis.
Okay, I believe that is a time served offer. If what I have on my calendar is correct. 12 months to serve, 36 days credit for time served, 365 days credit for time served, 365 days.
So just
that
a straight
right?
release.
Is that right, Mr. Walker?
I'm sorry, it's Mr. Pilon's case, but that is correct, Your Honor. It's time served on both positions.
Sorry, Mr. Walker, you've been on the case with us all the time, so I assumed it was you.
Oh,
If I could just address my client directly, then, Mr. Alexis, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, this is Attorney Mondelli. You just heard that the state is wanting to give you a time served plea offer in both of your cases. Is that something you wish to take?
Yes.
Okay, Judge, we could go forward just on that representation then.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Alexis. I'm Judge Eric Morrow. This is the state all-purpose calendar that we are conducting by video. Do you agree to have your case heard by video?
Yes, Judge.
Thank you. Can you raise your right hand? Do you swear from the testimony that you're about to receive, that you're about to give, will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, you can put your hand down. Thank you. Mr. Pilon, good morning.
Good morning, Judge. How are you, sir?
I'm doing well. I hope you are as well. Are you going to present for Mr. Alexis for the state, or is that going to be Mr. Walker?
I'll present, Your Honor, and it's 12 months to serve, 365 days, credit for time served, 365 days. That's the same offer for both positions.
Okay. Anything further, Mr. Mondelli?
Judge, just to confirm that those offers will run, the plea will run concurrent, both positions. Judge, my client's mother, Bernadine Alexis, is on the call. She is the victim in both cases. Obviously, she and I have discussed the need for further mental health treatment for her son going forward. But I know that, and Miss Alexis, please feel free to chime in if you need to, but I know that she is hoping for his release today. So I believe this resolves everything.
Okay. Good morning, Miss Alexis. And yes, this is a time served plea, and there's nothing further that's holding Mr. Alexis. Then he will be released as soon as he can be processed out of the jail. And do you plan on picking him up, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
And I'm familiar with this case. We've been working with counsel for quite a while regarding this matter. So if you'll just call the jail after court today or call Mr. Mondelli, they will give you more information about how to pick him up, okay?
Yeah, Ms.
Okay.
Hooks, I will contact you as soon as we're off the call.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And I will have these run concurrent, Mr. Mondelli.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay. Mr. Alexis, it's my understanding that in case 22 CR 001327C, you wish to plead guilty to simple battery, family violence, and criminal trespass, family violence. And in case 22 CR 005580C, you wish to plead guilty to 2 counts of battery, family violence. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol at the present time?
No.
You've been represented by counsel. Are you satisfied with his representation? You understand that you have a right to a trial by jury on these charges, and that by pleading guilty to them, you're giving up your right to a trial by jury?
Yes, we do, Judge.
Has anyone forced or coerced you to plead guilty?
No.
I'll accept the pleas as negotiated, Mr. Alexis. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
You also, Ms. Alexis.
Judge, that concludes my business. May I be excused?
Yes, have a good day, Mr. Mondelli.
Have a good day. Thank you, Judge.
I'll see him on.
I don't see them. I don't know if they're doing something. It's been something else over here. Is there a private attorney for Almond?
No, that one's.
What is it?
He should be here soon.
Is anybody from South Annex on the line? Yes, man.
Your Honor, there were a few people I needed to speak to from the probation revocation calendar. I don't know if any of them are here. There were 2 people. There was Deshaun Sims and Michael Hill. Michael Hill, okay. If I can have a moment to speak with Mr. Hill, Judge, because the rest of my clients are females. And then I have one that's in South Annex, and none of them are on the phone.
Okay, so if we can see if we can get the South Annex on the line, and also I'll give you the opportunity to go ahead and speak with whomever you need to speak with, Ms. Adams. And I guess that we'll be in recess until somebody's ready to move forward.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, just let me know.
Can I go talk to him?
Yeah, hey, Alexis, can you come up to the second row and let them go back there and talk? Hey, go. All right. Go ahead in there, go. Go ahead and move down.
No call for deputy.
Okay, Mr. You had Mr. Almond, right? I did. Go on, Mr. Almond, come on to the green chair.
He's not, oh, he is gonna have to see a social worker first.
Okay, all right then. It's Paul's. What about? Sherman. What about, Barlow?
Yes.
Go on, Mr. Barlow. All right, we are ready on position number 5, Barlow.
Good morning, Your Honor. It's good to finally be here.
Yes, good morning, Mr. McLean. I hope you're doing well.
That was pretty traumatic for you, but don't mean to make light of other people's traumas.
And this is going to be a negotiated plea with Mr. Barlow.
Yes, Your Honor, number 5.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Barlow. I'm Judge Eric Morrow. This is the state all-purpose calendar that we're conducting by video. Do you agree to have your case heard by video?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Can you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give before this court be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You can put your hand down. Mr. Pilon?
Your Honor, in this case, state's recommendation is 12 months to serve 66 days, credit for time served 33 days, alcohol, drug evaluation and treatment, and to stay away from the incident address.
And do you have that address?
I am getting it for Your Honor right now. That's 400 West Peachtree Street, Northwest Atlanta.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. McLean.
Your Honor, my client asked the court to accept this negotiated plea. He stipulates to all necessary elements.
Mr. Barlow, it's my understanding that in case 23 CR 004641Y, you wish to plead guilty to criminal trespass. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol this morning?
No, Your Honor.
You've been represented by counsel. Are you satisfied with his representation?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand that you have a right to a trial by jury on this charge, and if by pleading guilty to it, you're giving up your right to a trial by jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Has anyone forced or coerced you to plead guilty?
No, Your Honor.
I will accept the plea as negotiated. Mr. Barlow, when you complete the terms of the probation, meaning the ADET, I'll have the probation terminate. So the sooner you get it done, the sooner you won't be on probation, okay?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Good luck to you, sir.
Let's go here.
Black. Yep, Mr. Black. Next will be position number 6, Black.
Your Honor, position 6 and 7 are negotiated pleas, and then we anticipate that causes 8 and 9 to be null process.
Hey, bro, sit down. Bro, sit down.
Okay, that correct, Mr. Pilon?
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct.
Good morning, Mr. Black. I'm Judge Eric Morrow. This is the state all-purpose calendar that we're conducting by video. Do you agree to have your case heard by video?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Can you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give before this court be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you put your hand down. Thank you, Mr. Black. Yes, Mr. Pilon.
Your Honor, state's recommendation is the same for positions 6 and 7. That recommendation is 12 months to serve 30 days. Credit for time served 19 days, balance suspended, stay away. I have 2 incident locations for this defendant, Your Honor. The first is 165 Cortlandt Street, Northeast Atlanta. The other is 1365 Peachtree Street, Atlanta.
Okay, Mr. McLean?
Your Honor, my client does ask the court to accept his negotiated plea of guilty.
Mr. Black, it's my understanding that in case 22 CR 004822B, you wish to plead guilty to criminal trespass, and in case 23 CR 000387B, you wish to plead guilty to criminal trespass. Is that right?
Yes.
Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol this morning?
No.
You've been represented by counsel. Are you satisfied with his representation?
Yes.
You understand that you have a right to a trial by jury on these charges, and that by pleading guilty to them, you're giving up your right to a trial by jury?
Yes.
Has anyone forced or coerced you to plead guilty?
No.
I'll accept the pleas as negotiated, Mr. Black. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Next will be case number 11, Everson.
This is also a negotiated plea.
It is.
Good morning, Mr. Everson. I'm Judge Eric Morrow. This is the state all-purpose calendar that we're conducting by video. Do you agree to have your case heard by video?
Good morning, Judge. Yes, sir.
Good morning, sir. Can you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give before this court be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can put your hand down. Thank you, Mr. Everson. Mr. Pilon?
Your Honor, in this matter, the state's recommendation is 12 months to serve 30 days, credit for time served 15 days, balance probated, a stay away from the incident address and no further contact with the victim, 6-week anger management course, $300 fine, and $150 restitution. Your Honor, I am looking for the stay away address and the victim name right now. I apologize for not having it.
Okay, and can you also tell me what the restitution is for and how much?
Yes, Your Honor, in this matter, the defendant damaged a burglar bar door. So that's the cause of the restitution.
Okay, and did you get an estimate for that restitution, or how did you come up with $150 is, I guess, my question.
Your Honor, to be frank, I Googled burglar bar door. That was the cheapest one I saw.
Okay. So you're getting me the stay away address, is that right, Mr. Pilon?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm just waiting for it to load now. I have that address now for you. It's 1565 Laurel Park Place Southwest. And that's in Atlanta. The no further contact is Miss Shard Wilson.
And is the restitution to be paid to this Miss Wilson?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Yes, Mr. McLean.
Your Honor, that's correct. It is pronounced Charday, and we have only quibbling little bitty differences with any of the facts. I would describe my client as affable and amenable to this process, and he asked the court to accept his negotiated plea. He understands what his obligations are. I've gone through all of them.
Okay. And is he going to have the ability to pay the $300 fine, Mr. McLean, or would he prefer to have?
Yes, Your Honor, we discussed that, and he would rather pay the fine through the community service because he's got a lot of work to do.
Okay, that's fine. If nothing further, Mr. Everson, it's my understanding that in case 23 CR 004976E, you wish to plead guilty to criminal trespass and damage to property and willful obstruction of law enforcement officers. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol at the present time?
No, sir.
You've been represented by counsel. Are you satisfied with your counsel's representation?
Yes, sir.
You understand that you have a right to a trial by jury on these charges and not by pleading guilty to them. You've given up your right to a trial by jury?
Yes, sir.
Has anyone forced or coerced you to plead guilty?
No, sir.
I will accept the pleas as the plea is negotiated. Mr. Everson, when you complete the terms of the probation, the probation is going to terminate. So the sooner you get it done, the sooner you're not going to be on probation, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, good luck to you, Mr. Everson.
Thank you, sir.
Gordon. Come up there, Gordon. This is number 12, Gordon.
Yeah, this is a not guilty with a bond request.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Gordon. I'm Judge Eric Morrow. This is the state all-purpose calendar that we're conducting by video. Do you agree to have your case heard by video?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Can you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear from the testimony you're about to give before this court be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
You can put your hand down. Thank you, Mr. Gordon. You've been charged in case 23 CR 004935B with criminal trespass and willful obstruction of law enforcement officers. Each of these charges carries with it a maximum penalty of 12 months in jail and/or $1,000 fine. Do you waive formal reading of the accusation, Mr. McLean?
We do.
How do you plead, Mr. Gordon? Guilty or not guilty?
Guilty. Not guilty. Oh, there we go. Not guilty.
Not guilty. We'll record your not guilty plea. Your case will be returned to the division judge and you'll get notification of your next hearing date. What is the current bond?
Simply put, Your Honor, it's $250 surety for each of the two counts for a total of $500 surety. This is the only thing on his booking screen. He's asking the court for a signature bond, taking into account mainly the nature of the charges. He is adamantly saying he's not guilty and wishes to avail himself of his trial rights, and he'd rather not sit here. He is indigent.
Let's see, Ms. Hardy, do you have his history for me?
Yes, Your Honor. This defendant has 50 arrest cycles in Georgia, a felony conviction in 2013 for obstruction of law enforcement, 4 FTAs and 1 probation violation. Nothing further to report.
Mr. Pilon?
Your Honor, state would be opposed to a signature bond. In particular, in this matter, the defendant allegedly swung at an officer. I'm not sure why it wasn't charged as a felony, but it wasn't. Additionally, this defendant has 6 obstructing law enforcement by offering violence convictions. So we do believe he's a risk to the community. We'd actually ask for a $2,000 surety bond and a stay away from the incident address should the defendant make a bond.
Mr. McLean?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
I issued this bond on the 14th of this month. It's a $500 good bond. I think that given the history and the nature of the charges, that it's an adequate bond. I'm declining to modify it at this time.
Understood, Your Honor.
Good luck to you, Mr. Gordon.
I'll come explain. I'll go leave. Yeah, I'll come explain.
Harris.
And Mr. McLean, I'm looking at the offer from the state here. If you want to speak to Mr. Gordon this morning regarding this matter, I'm not so inclined to charge him a fine just with the stay away and 12 months to serve 34 days, credit for time served 17-day balance suspended and a stay away. So if you want to discuss that with Mr. Gordon, I'm happy to give you that opportunity.
I'll ask the deputy if you could keep Mr. Gordon.
Yeah, I'll give you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Next is position 13, Harris.
And that, of course, is a negotiated plea on as announced.
Good morning, Mr. Harris. I'm Judge Eric Morrow. This is the state all-purpose calendar that we're conducting by video. Do you agree to have your case heard by video?
Yes.
Thank you. Can you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give before this court be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, you can put your hand down. Thank you, sir. Yes, Mr. Pilon. You're on mute, Mr. Pilon.
Take it up.
Yeah, that would be helpful, wouldn't it, Your Honor? Our state's recommendation is 12 months to serve 30 days, credit for time served 15 days, balance probated, a $500 fine, anti-theft course, and stay away from the incident location. The incident location is 3040 Lakewood Avenue in East Point.
Mr. McLean.
Your Honor, my client asked the court to accept his negotiated plea while stipulating to all necessary elements. Your Honor, he does ask that the $500 fine be converted to 50 hours of community service.
What were the facts on the theft by shoplifting, Mr. Pilon?
Your Honor, in this matter, officers responded to a criminal trespass call. By the time they had arrived, the defendant was gone and had stolen 4 bottles of wine. Your Honor, in particular to this case, this defendant has two open shoplifting felony charges from this same incident location and another misdemeanor open from this same location, all shopliftings.
Okay, and what's the name of the business?
It's a BP gas station, Your Honor.
BP, okay. Thank you, Mr. Pilon. Mr. McLean, if you prefer to do 50 hours of community service, that's fine with the court. Anything further before I take the plea?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris, it's my understanding that in case 23 CR 005146J, you wish to plead guilty to theft by shoplifting, is that correct?
Yes.
Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol this morning?
I'm sorry.
You've been represented by counsel. Are you satisfied with his representation?
Yes, sir.
You understand that you have a right to a trial by jury on this charge, and by pleading guilty to it, you're giving up your right to a trial by jury?
Yes, sir.
Has anyone forced or coerced you to plead guilty?
No.
Okay, I will accept the plea as negotiated. Mr. Harris, I'll convert the $500 fine into 50 hours of community service. When you complete the terms of the probation, it'll go to a non-reporting status. So the sooner you do the community service and do the theft course, the sooner you won't have to be on reporting probation. And you do understand that you cannot go back to that BP gas station, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Good luck to you, Mr. Harris. Ms. Adams, I just want to make you aware that Madam Interpreter is here with us. I'm not sure if you're going to need to speak with your client prior to the hearing this morning or not, or just let me know.
I do not need to speak with him, but he just wanted the interpreter, so he made sure he understood everything that was going on.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Ms. Chansey. Thank you for being with us today.
You're welcome, Your Honor. Good morning.
This is Mr. Henderson, position number 14.
This
Okay,
is not guilty, Your Honor. Bond is moved this time. It could become relevant later, but I have advised him on how to proceed if that becomes true.
okay. Good morning, Mr. Henderson. I'm Judge Eric Morrow. This is the state all-purpose calendar that we're conducting by video. Do you agree to have your case heard by video?
Your Honor, if I might have just a moment, my client has asked me a question. If I can go on mute for just a
Okay.
second.
Let me know when you're ready, Mr. McLean.
You want to do that?
You're not on mute though, Mr. Okay, there you go.
Your Honor, just while defense is on mute for position. Gosh, I lost it. The obstruction charge, I believe it was position 12. The basis of that $300 fine is a statutory requirement. That's the basis of state's recommendation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pilon.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, I'm sorry, what number was that? What position number were you speaking of?
I was informing court position 12, the obstruction and criminal trespass charge. The basis of that charge is a statutory, or the basis of the $300 fine is a statutory requirement.
Thank you. Your Honor, it turns out that on number 14, Walter Henderson would like to go ahead with the negotiated plea.
Okay. And Mr. Henderson, if you can raise your right hand for me. Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give before this court be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, sir.
Thank you. You can put your hand down, Mr. Henderson. Ms. Ferguson?
Thank you, Your Honor. The state is recommending 12 months, serve 40 days, credit for time served 20 days, with the balance probated. We're recommending family violence intervention program, 40 hours of community service, alcohol, drug evaluation and treatment, no further contact with Cressy Rainey, and stay away from the incident location, 961 Stonewall Drive in Atlanta.
Mr. McLean?
Your Honor, despite our switching around this morning, we did discuss both avenues, and he understands those terms and wishes to accept them. He'd like the court to accept his negotiated plea of guilty.
Okay. Mr. Henderson, it's my understanding that in case 23 CR 004914G, you wish to plead guilty to simple battery family violence. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol this morning?
No, sir.
You've been represented by counsel. Are you satisfied with his representation?
Yes, sir.
You understand that you have a right to a trial by jury on this charge, and not by pleading guilty to it. You're giving up your right to a trial by jury?
Yes, sir.
Has anyone forced or coerced you to plead guilty?
No, sir.
I will accept the plea as negotiated, Mr. Henderson. Let's see, when you complete the terms of the probation, it'll go to a non-reporting status, okay? So the sooner you get it done, the sooner you won't have to report to probation. Okay? Okay, and back to Mr. McLean, as soon as you're done with that, just let me know.
I believe we are. He was asking about a case which is not in our purview, so I'll have him find some advice on the case that is not ours.
Okay. And going back to position number 12, given what the state has informed me, I'm going to accept Mr. Gordon's not guilty plea, and his case is going to be returned to the division judge. They can return him. He does not need to stay in the courtroom.
Very good. Gordon can go back.
Position number 17, Paul.
And that, Your Honor, is a negotiated plea.
I'm sorry, which number was it?
Oh, 17.
Jamari Hall, 17, that's negotiated plea.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Hull. I'm Judge Eric Morrow. This is the state all-purpose calendar that we're conducting by video. Do you agree to have your case heard by video?
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Thank you. Can you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give before this court be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can put your hand down. Thank you, Mr. Hull. Yes, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you, Judge Morrow. The state is recommending 12 months, serve 40 days, credit for time served 20 days, with the balance probated. We are recommending family violence intervention program, 40 hours of community service, no further violent contact with Jashandria Felker, and at the appropriate time, we'd like to sound for Ms. Felker. Thank you, Judge.
Okay. If Ms. Felker is on the line and wishes to address the court, now is your opportunity to do so. Does not appear so, Ms. Ferguson. Mr. McLean?
Oh, so that would be no further violent contact, am I correct?
It's my understanding, yes.
That is correct.
Very good. Those are the terms we discussed. That's acceptable to him, and he asked the court to accept his negotiated plea of guilty.
Mr. Hull, it's my understanding that in case 23 CR 004903G, you wish to plead guilty to battery family violence. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol this morning?
No, sir.
You've been represented by counsel. Are you satisfied with his representation?
Yes, sir.
You understand that you have a right to a trial by jury on this charge, and if by pleading guilty to it, you're giving up your right to a trial by jury? Has anyone forced or coerced you to plead guilty?
No, sir.
I'll accept the plea as negotiated, Mr. Hull. Let's see, when you complete the terms of the probation, it'll go to a non-reporting status. So the sooner you get those terms done, the sooner you won't have to report to probation or pay those fees, okay? All right, good luck to you, sir.
I just want, there was no stay away, correct?
No, it's no further violent contact.
Cat. This is number 18, Cat.
18 is a negotiated plea.
Okay. Yes, good morning, Mr. Katz. I'm Judge Eric Morrow. This is the state all-purpose calendar that we're conducting by video. Do you agree to have your case heard by video?
Yeah. Yes,
Thank you.
sir.
Thank you. Can you raise your right hand for me, Mr. Katz? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give before this court be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And you can put your hand down. Thank you, sir. Ms. Ferguson?
Your Honor, the state is recommending 12 months to serve 36 days, credit for time served 18 days, balance suspended. Stay away from the BP mobile gas stations located at 464 Windsor Street in Atlanta.
Yes, Mr. McLean.
Your Honor, Mr. Katz asked the court to accept his negotiated plea of guilty with those terms.
Mr. Katz, it's my understanding that in case 23 CR 004940G, you wish to plead guilty to willful obstruction of a law enforcement officer and criminal trespass. Is that correct?
Yes, you say that, sir.
Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol this morning?
No, sir.
And I take it, I'm sorry, was that a no?
Yeah, that was no, sir.
Okay. You've been represented by Mr. McLean. Are you happy with his representation?
Yeah, sir.
You understand that you have a right to a trial by jury on this charge, on these charges, and that by pleading guilty to them, you're giving up your right to a trial by jury? You don't want a jury trial, do you, Mr. Katz? You don't want a jury trial, do you?
No, sir.
Okay, and you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up that right to a jury trial. Do you understand that?
That means I have to keep coming to court.
No, sir, but you had a right to a trial by jury, but you're giving up that right by pleading guilty to these charges. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Has anybody forced you to plead guilty?
No, sir.
Okay, I'll accept the plea as negotiated, Mr. Katz. You know you can't go back to that BP station, right?
Yeah, sir.
Okay, all right. Good luck to you, sir.
Yes.
Kimber. Position 19, Kimber.
Gonna be an arraignment.
Yes, Your Honor, there's no bond request at this time. There might be later.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Kimber. I'm Judge Eric Morrow. This is the state all-purpose calendar that we're conducting by video. Do you agree to have your case heard by video?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Can you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give before this court be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Kimber, you've been charged in case 22 CR 003673F with battery family violence. This charge carries with it a maximum penalty of 12 months in jail and/or $1,000 fine. Do you waive formal reading of the accusation, Mr. McLean?
We do.
How do you plead, Mr. Kimber? Guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
We will record your not guilty plea. Your case will be returned to the division judge and you'll get notification of your next hearing date. Good luck to you, sir.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor. It's no for you.
I don't know, these people asking me a lot of questions now that I don't have answers for. Okay. You're ready with position number 22, Mendoza.
Just 1 second, 1 second.
While they're getting ready, Ms. Chansey, if you can raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm that you will translate from English to Spanish and Spanish to English to the best of your ability?
Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Do we have a bond to Mendoza?
Well, I'm sorry, what position?
22.
Judge, after
Yes.
Mr. Mendoza a little bit further, I need to go into a breakout space with the interpreter and him. I don't know how we do that here. I mean, I know I can do it from my laptop, but I don't know how I do that with my client sitting here.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm getting as soon as I get out.
Let's see, is there, I'm not sure if there's another room. Quite often we'll take you to another room. Do they have another room available this morning or not?
Maybe if I go back here, do you think it's okay if we go back here and talk a little bit behind the TV? Deputy?
Moving things going on.
Yeah. 1 second, Your Honor.
Okay.
You move these people, yeah, I guess so. I can move out everybody was done. I guess that's.
Okay, Judge,
Yes.
based on what the deputy said, once we move some of the people out of here, then we'll be able to go into the breakout space, so we have more room to talk, because there's a lot of movement happening.
Okay, so you want to hold Mr. Mendoza till later? Okay.
Give us a few minutes. Okay?
Yes.
Judge, we found like a little space in this room, in this courtroom, where I can speak to Mr. Mendoza. If I could please be placed into a breakout space with the interpreter, please.
Okay, on your laptop there, Ms. Adams?
Yes.
Okay. So if you can place, Madam Interpreter and Ms. Adams's laptop into a breakout room.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Grace. Is there anyone else we can take in courtroom 2 while we're waiting for that?
Mr. Stevens just came out of the breakout with his attorney, so I don't know if they're ready, but I believe they're ready.
Okay, and that's,
Position number 31, I think, or let me see.
Mr. Stevens is 28 through 30. I believe.
Mr. Murphy on with us?
He's been texting me, so I believe he was. I just sent him a text message, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. You with me, Mr. Murphy?
I am, Judge.
And what are we gonna do with Mr. Stevens this morning?
On the 3 cases, I spoke to Mr. Stevens. The state has made recommendations and we're gonna enter pleas on all 3 accusations today.
Okay,
And Judge, I wanted to let you know, just as a housekeeping matter, that Mr. Stevens did authorize me to sign off on all his plea paperwork. And I
okay,
told him that I would be initialing 3 places and signing 6 places on his behalf. And I explained to him what each thing would mean.
okay. Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Can you hear me, Mr. Stevens?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Stevens. I'm Judge Eric Morrow. This is the state all-purpose calendar that we're conducting by video. Do you agree to have your case heard by video?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Okay, can you raise your right hand for me, please?
Yes, sir,
Do you-
Your Honor. Yes, sir.
Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give before this court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Okay, you can put your hand down. Thank you, Mr. Stevens. Mr. Walker?
Yes, Your Honor. It's going to be a modified offer that we came to on these 3 cases. On position 28, it's going to be 12 months to serve, 42 days. Credit for time served, 21 days. Balance probated with the condition of an MHET. No further contact with the victim, Brianna Stevens, and to stay away from the incident location, 307 University Ave.
Okay, so the only condition is the MHET, the stay away, and the no further contact.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay,
Would you like me to go into position 29?
please.
It's going to be 12 months to serve, 42 days. Credit for time served, 21 days. Balance probated. Again, only a condition of an MHET. No further contact with Brianna Coffin, and I stay away from 307 University Ave.
And I have 301 on the calendar. for this-
I think that was a typo.
Okay, all right, so 307. And position 30,
That's just gonna be simply time served 24 hours, credit for time served 24 hours. Balance suspended with the stay away of the instant location, and that's 135 University Ave.
That's correct. And he will stay away.
okay. Let's see, anything further, Mr. Murphy?
Judge said we'd ask that you accept the offer and negotiation. My client's still in custody on other charges, is unable to make bond on those charges, and those are Superior Court charges. So we'd ask that you accept the agreed recommendation and acceptance. We'd ask that you follow that recommendation, Judge.
Okay. Mr. Stevens, it's my understanding that in case 22 CR 001597Y, you wish to plead guilty to battery. In case 22 CR 001634Y, you wish to plead guilty to battery. And in case 22 CR 005161Y, you wish to plead guilty to disorderly conduct. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol at the present time?
No, sir, Your Honor.
You've been represented by counsel. Are you satisfied with his representation?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
You understand that you have a right to a trial by jury on these charges, and that by pleading guilty to them, you're giving up your right to a trial by jury?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Has anyone forced you or coerced you to plead guilty?
No, sir, Your Honor.
I will accept the pleas as negotiated. As far as the positions 28 and 29 go, as soon as you complete the MHET, the probation is going to go to a non-reporting status. So the sooner that you get that done, the sooner that you won't have to report to probation, okay?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
All right, good luck to you, sir.
Anyway, you can tell, so two of them I'm not on probation for, just one of them.
The first two you're on probation for, and the third one is a time served plea, Mr.
It's
Stevens.
on the conduct, right?
Yes, that's what it was, Mr. Stevens.
All right, thank you, sir. I can go ahead on that.
We're gonna take it back in there. Sit back on the second one.
All right, excuse me.
We can find something about Mendoza or your phone.
Yes, right.
Come on up, Mr. Mendoza.
Excuse me.
That's all I have, Judge, and I will bring that paperwork today.
All right, we appreciate it, Mr. Murphy. Before you go, Mr. Murphy, I know
Yeah.
that do we still need a conflict attorney on position number 33? Do we have a conflict for position 33? Can someone tell me? Mr. Wiggins?
That one absolutely does need a conflict attorney. He has another case where a conflict of counsel is supposed to be appointed, so my office is not able to represent him.
Okay.
They are resetting him today, but in the future, yes, he will need a conflict.
Okay, so we've reset Mr. Wiggins for today. Okay. All right, thank you. I appreciate it, Mr. Murphy. I just wanted to see if I could, that if we did need somebody that you might be able to help the court, but I appreciate it. You have a good rest of your day.
One moment, Your Honor, before Mr. Murphy leaves. On the probation calendar, Ms. Kim Lewison, she's position 15, she needs conflict counsel.
Okay, Judge, if we could regrettably, I'm pressed for time today.
Okay,
So
I understand.
Today, unless you want to reschedule her, but I know how that is, but I am pressed for time for today.
Okay. If we can't find somebody else, I will reset her for Thursday's calendar.
Okay, then, yes, Judge, and I'll duly circle around and then look for a new code from Mr. Jordan and be available for Thursday. Okay,
Okay, thank you, Mr. Murphy.
thank you, Judge.
Okay, and this, are we ready on Position, position 22,
Yes, Your Honor. No, not position 22.
Mendoza.
Yeah, position 22. Oh, yes, I'm sorry, I was looking at the wrong thing. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And this is going to be an arraignment and a bond request, modification request.
Yes, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Mendoza. I'm Judge Eric Morrow. This is the state all-purpose calendar that we're conducting by video. Do you agree to have your case heard by video?
Buenos días, señor Mendoza. Yo soy el juez Morrow y estamos conduciendo esta audiencia de fianza y estoy conduciéndolo a distancia. ¿Está de acuerdo que lo siga tratando su caso así? Yes.
Can you raise your right hand for me?
¿Puede levantar su mano derecha?
Do you swear from the testimony you're about to give before this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
¿Usted jura o afirma que el testimonio que dará será la verdad, toda la verdad y nada más que la verdad? I do.
You can put your hand down.
Puede bajar su mano.
Mr. Mendoza, you've been charged in case 23 CR 004927A with theft by shoplifting and criminal trespass.
Señor Mendoza, usted ha sido acusado en el caso 23 CR 004927A con el primer cargo de robo de tienda.
Each of these charges carries with it a maximum penalty of 12 months in jail and or $1,000 fine.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, did you mention a second charge? I think I missed that.
Theft by shoplifting and
Oh.
criminal trespass.
Thank you. También tiene un segundo caso de allanamiento de morada y estos cargos conllevan una multa de $1,000 o 12 meses en la cárcel. Thank you, Your Honor.
Do you waive formal reading of the accusation, Ms. Adams?
¿Usted renuncia a la lectura formal, señorita Adams?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sí, su señoría.
How do you plead to these charges, Mr. Mendoza? Guilty or not guilty?
¿Cómo se declara ante estos cargos? ¿Culpable o inocente? Guilty.
Not guilty.
I'm sorry, not guilty.
Okay. We'll record your not guilty plea. Your case will be returned to the division judge and you'll get notification of your next hearing date.
Entonces, queda registrada su declaración de inocente, su caso va a ser enviado al juez de distrito y usted va a recibir notificación sobre el día de su próxima comparecencia.
As far as the bond goes, I issued this bond of $500 per charge back on August 14.
Con respecto a la multa, son $500 por cargo y ya la establecí el 14 de agosto.
Ms. Hardy, can you give me the history, please?
Por favor, ¿me puede dar los antecedentes, señorita Hardy?
This defendant has 11 arrest cycles in Georgia, no felony convictions, probation violations, or FTAs.
Este acusado tiene 11 ciclos de procesos en el estado de Georgia, no hay un delito mayor y todas las probatorias han sido, no ha habido ausencia.
Mr. Walker, is this the case with the whole chicken?
It was. Just briefly, he does have 3 misdemeanor convictions. The state was willing to consent to a signature bond for pretrial services.
Señor Walker, este tiene 3 delitos menores, este acusado, y se recomienda una fianza bajo firma.
Okay, so in that case, we'll convert the good bonds to signature bonds.
Entonces convertimos la fianza regular a una fianza bajo firma
Okay, through the jail.
a través de la cárcel.
And
What was
still,
this? I'm sorry, it was a state's request for pretrial services, and that's because he has 3 misdemeanor convictions in the last 12 months.
How many, sir?
3.
No, en realidad queremos que la fianza sea otorgada bajo los servicios previos al juicio porque ha tenido 3 procesos en los últimos 3 meses.
okay. Through pretrial services with a stay away from the Walmart on Old National Highway.
Entonces se va a hacer a través de los servicios previos al juicio y debe mantenerse alejado del negocio Walmart en Old National Highway.
Okay, is that satisfactory to you, Ms. Adams?
¿Está de acuerdo, señorita Adams?
It is, Your Honor. Thank you.
Sí, su señoría, gracias.
All right, good luck to you, Mr. Mendoza.
Buena suerte, señor Mendoza.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Chance. We appreciate your help this.
You're welcome, sir. Have a good day.
You do the same.
Thank you.
That's the next one. Judge, there's some folks here also from the probation calendar. We're still waiting for ACDC, and I still don't see South Annex on. So if we'd be able to proceed on some of the probation cases.
That's fine with me. Who do we have on with from, Ms. Harris, are you ready, Ms. Harris, Officer Harris, for the probation cases?
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning. Good to see you as always.
As always.
So who do we have first on the probation calendar?
Baker. Come on up, Baker. We got position number 1, Baker.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Baker. I'm Judge Eric Moore. This is the probation revocation calendar that we're conducting by video. Do you agree to have your case heard by video?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Baker. Officer Harris?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Baker was sentenced to probation on April the 20th of this year to 12 months to complete the shoplifting course. As of today, Mr. Baker has not reported to our office. Mr. Baker has 7 months, 12 days remaining. Probation recommendation is to continue him on probation and to continue to complete the classes within 30 days upon his release.
Okay. Ms. Adams?
Yep. He's willing to do that, Your Honor. So we'll go ahead and admit, and we'll have him go ahead and get that thing signed and get it over to probation.
What's the problem? Why hasn't he reported?
I was at Penn. They're supposed to be, I was in the program.
So he was in PAD, Your Honor.
Say it again?
He was in the PAD program, Your Honor, so. he
Oh,
wasn't
okay.
reported.
Okay. All right. So, I will accept probation's recommendation. Sooner you get, and what were the terms of once he completes the shoplifting class, what was the order?
Let me see, Your Honor. Give me just a second. It was just it didn't say whether or not his probation can now report or suspend, so we don't know.
Okay, so I just want him to get the shoplifting class done. So, Mr. Baker, if you'll go ahead and do that shoplifting class, I'll have the probation go to a non-reporting status so that you won't have to report to probation. So if you'll go ahead and get that done as soon as possible, you won't have to report to probation, okay?
So, Your Honor, okay, but, and you're saying that, just give me 1 second here. Okay.
Yes, that's, I don't call it, but I wanna have,
That's possible. Make sure that when you get out, it's gonna reinstate your probation. So he wants to get the class done as soon as possible, because you need to have, right? And so when you get the class done as soon as possible, you don't have to report when you're not going to get that video. Does that make sense? Yes, so let me go ahead and get the information from you right.
Ms. Adams, do we know how long he's been in custody since he was picked up?
I'm not sure, since August 2nd, 27 days, Your Honor.
And had he had any shoplifting charges before? Ms. Hardy, can you tell me?
Yeah.
I'm waiting on his criminal history to be generated. I'm sorry.
He has said yes. The answer to that question is yes, Your Honor.
Yes, y'all. And I had,
And has he been in custody on this charge alone this time, or was he picked up for something else?
Give me one moment. One second. One second. Yeah, it looks like this was it, Judge. Yeah, it looks like this was it. He was he's been in here for about 20 some odd days, Judge. And he's been with the PAD program. Man,
Okay, so what you're telling me is that he's been in custody for the last 27 days on this theft by shoplifting case alone.
20 days, Your Honor.
Last 20 days?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, given that he's been in for the last 20 days, Officer Harris, I'm going to give him credit for time served 20 days, and we're going to close the case.
Okay.
All right. Did you hear me, Miss Adams?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm explaining it to him.
Okay.
Just to let you know, Your Honor, he still has a report because he has actually another case with our office. He just pleaded to back this month.
I believe that's the case that he went to the PAD program with, Your Honor.
August 7th.
Back on August 7th.
Okay. Well, in regards to this case, I'm going to give him time served.
Sure, yes, Your Honor.
Okay. He'll still have to report on the other case, obviously.
I'll be there. I will be there.
Okay.
All right. Good luck to you, Mr. Baker.
Yeah. Nope, I know that address. That's the probation. We need that.
And I'm supposed to go to her when I get there.
Yes. Okay, and that's for the other case. I'm just going to disclose this one. Okay.
That's a blessing.
Yeah.
I
All
don't know
right.
why you come see me. No one
All right, this is number 5 Dickerson,
Thank you, y'all.
You're welcome.
5 Dickerson.
Okay. So what do we have now?
Position number 5 Dickerson.
Okay. Yes, good morning, Mr. Dickerson. I'm Judge Eric Morrow. This is the probation revocation case that we're conducting by video. Do you agree to have your case heard by video?
Good morning, yes, sir, I do.
Thank you, sir. Yes, Officer Harris.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Dixon was sentenced to probation on, let me see what day, March the 2nd of this year to 12 months to complete 6 weeks of anger management and a behavioral health evaluation. As of today, Mr. Dickerson has not reported to our office. He actually has gotten a new offense of criminal trespass on August the 9th of this year. Mr. Dickerson has 7 months remaining on probation. Probation recommendation is to revoke the remaining balance.
Mr. McLean.
Your Honor, originally, I mean, or this case is a MARTA case. He's applied to MARTA for lifting the ban. He is eager to do the anger management. He's not trying to duck it. The scheduling has been a problem. He has been working, he had one job and he's now working at another job. And it's just been a time problem, Your Honor, but he is looking at the bright side of the dark cloud. The fact that he has 7 months remaining means that he's got plenty of time to finish this, and he's not even a half year into this, so he'd like the chance to make it up.
So he has a place to reside, Mr. McLean?
He does, Your Honor, and I have his information about his mom and his supervisor and where he works at a steakhouse.
Okay. Mr. Dickerson, I'm going to give you the opportunity to do what the court has asked you to do. So I'm going to reinstate you on probation. You're to report within 2 weeks of today's date. If you do not report, or if you do not start the anger management and a BAGT, and you come back before the court, you won't get this opportunity the next time. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if you're having some problems, always report to probation. Let them know what your problems are. At least, at least you can report. We understand that people have problems from time to time, but if you just go missing, or if you just don't report, then we have to track you down, and you're going to end up here. So they'll understand, but at least stay in touch with them, so that if you do come back here again, you can at least say that you reported every time that you were supposed to report, even if you were having some other kind of difficulties. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Good luck to you, Mr. Dickerson.
Thank you. I'll sign a claim.
Position number 7 and 8, the most.
Good morning, Mr. DeVos. I'm Judge Eric Morrow. This is the probation revocation calendar that we're conducting by video. Do you agree to have your case heard by video?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Yes, Officer Harris.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. DeBose was sentenced to probation on August the 16th, 2022 to 12 months to complete 8 weeks of anger management, 40 hours of community service. He had a prior hearing with Judge Morrison back on April the 12th. He did miss that hearing. That's why he had a warrant for his arrest. Mr. DeBose has 2 months, 28 days remaining on probation. Probation recommendation is to revoke that remaining balance.
Mr. McLean.
Your Honor, at risk here today is essentially 3 months, and he tells me that his world kind of fell apart. He had extended support with his family, with whom he is very close, but they moved back to Ohio, and he did not join them in moving back to Ohio. That was his mother, his stepfather, his niece, and his sister. So he was discombobulated for a bit. Then he's gotten a job at Mango's Caribbean. They have several locations. He's at one of their locations. He is working. He has skills as a bartender, as well as a cashier, and he can even do dishwashing when necessary at their restaurant, and that's where he's been working. He would like to get back on track, Your Honor. He is remorseful that he has not completed these the 8-week anger management, for example.
How long has he been in
No, he's been in
this time?
July 9th is his best, I think he's remembering correctly. July 9th, you came in here.
Okay, so somebody's gonna have to tell me how long he's been in, because what I'm gonna do is I am gonna revoke the balance, but I'm gonna give him credit for the time served that he's already been in. So I'm not sure how the numbers are gonna work out, but if someone wants to let me know specifically how long he's been in, I'm happy to put it on the record.
Well, what was the July 9th? Okay. Your Honor, correction, he believes it's July 20th, but we'll look on the screen.
Okay, so that's gonna be the order of the court. I'm gonna accept probation's recommendation to revoke the 2 months and 28 days, but I am gonna give him for whatever credit that he has served while he's been in. Okay, good luck to you, Mr. DuBose. Who do we have next?
Position 9 and 10, Freeman.
Okay, yeah. I'm reading that.
Good morning, Mr. Freeman. I'm Judge Eric Morrow. This is the probation revocation calendar that we're conducting by video. Do you agree to have your case heard by video?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Let's see, Officer Harris.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Freeman was sentenced to probation on March the 29th of this year to 12 months to complete anger management classes. As of today, Mr. Freeman has not reported to our office. He has 7 months, 4 days remaining. Probation recommendation is to continue him on probation and to enroll into the anger management classes within 30 days upon his release.
Fine.
Your Honor, he does appreciate that recommendation and would like the chance to do exactly that.
Okay. So, Mr. Freeman, I am going to reinstate you, but you need to go ahead and start getting those classes done so that you can get this behind you, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Good luck to you, sir.
You know where to report?
Yeah. Yeah. No, I don't know.
Second. Go there.
17 and 18, Sim.
Good morning, Mr. Sims. I'm Judge Eric Morrow. This is the probation revocation calendar that we're conducting by video. Do you agree to have your case heard by video?
Yes.
Thank you. Let's see, Officer Harris.
Honor, Mr. Sims was sentenced to probation on November 3rd, 2022 to complete 8 weeks of anger management. He missed a prior hearing with Judge Edie on May the 24th. He failed to appear on that hearing. That's why a warrant was issued. Mr. Sims has 3 months, 19 days remaining. Probation recommendation is give him credit for time served and to close his case.
Any objection to that?
No, Your Honor, no objection.
Okay, time served. Good luck to you, Mr. Sims.
Do they know what case the conflict is going on?
That's gonna be Ms. McLeod.
Morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Ms. McLeod. Are you here for the probation calendar?
Your Honor, I just don't know who the person is, so I can speak with them.
Okay, who do we need the conflict attorney for?
Her name is Kim Lewison. She's at ACDC. And they have not arrived yet.
Okay, so ACDC is not on as of yet, Ms. McLeod, so as soon as they get on, we'll allow you to speak with
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. I'm gonna check on ACDC. Do we know how many defendants we have at that location before I make the phone call?
Just one.
Approximately.
So I would say, I think 4, Your Honor, because I have 2, Mr. McLean has 1, and then there's the conflict.
Okay, let me check into it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Walker. Okay, who do we have?
Position 11 and 12, Hill.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Hill. I'm Judge Eric Morrow. This is the probation revocation calendar that we're conducting by video. Do you agree to have your case heard by video?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Yes, Officer Harris.
Your Honor, Mr. Hill was sentenced on October the 6th, 2022 to 12 months to complete 12 weeks of anger management. He missed a prior hearing with Judge Mather on July the 19th of this year. That's why a warrant was issued. Mr. Hill has 95 days remaining on probation. Probation recommendation is give him credit for the time he served and to close his case.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, time served. Good luck to you, Mr. Hill.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Your Honor.
Did they give you a calendar again? Bro, do I just gotta print it out?
I don't. They gotta keep me out of it. Okay, now, I got all the. Okay, I got it. Mom. All right. Good job. Morning.
Yeah, anybody who's hard help.
I know what I've been over there.
So is there no one else in courtroom 2 that we can take now?
Think so, Judge. I'm not sure. I just got in here, so I'm waiting on my sergeant to come back.
Okay. We have about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Okay.
7 or 8 positions to go.
Your Honor, while we're in a pause for a second, if I might interject something about Mr. Almond.
Okay.
The reason we're asking the social worker to talk to him before we go forward is that he has some communications problems. The theft by taking and criminal trespass damage to property, 2 counts of, 1 count of each, is alleged to have occurred on 12/18/21. It is difficult to understand him and communicating, but with patience it can be done. And in some moments it's fine, but he got hit by a car as a pedestrian. He was hit by a car the next year in 2022. We would seek to get his medical records and see if that explains why he says to me, gee, I can't do probation. I can barely talk and I can't walk. And he's just very despairing that he can really make much progress in taking care of this case. So as soon as I can get some indication of what the medical records look like, it's at Grady, and sometimes Grady's fast and sometimes not. And there we are. So
Are you requesting to reset him, Mr. McLean?
I think if the social worker is able to talk to him today, we'll get a notion of whether he is actually competent to understand everything that's going on. And I might want to ask Mr. Walker to call me on 2392, see if we can discuss him a little bit.
We could just reset it for Thursday, and if you could just put it in an email, Mr. McLean, please.
Okay. Thursday's fine.
Thank you. And I'm sorry to interrupt again, Your Honor. Can I inquire with the deputy there just for a point of clarification? Do we have an update as to why ACDC hasn't logged on? Do we know what the?
Can you hold 1 second, Judge? I did ask at one point, he wasn't 100% sure. He thought that they were actually bringing the ACDC folks over here. But that was all he knew. We don't know where they are, whether or not they're gonna log on instead or what's going on. But right now, one of the other deputies in the room is going to ask.
That he's on the phone asking?
No, she went to go ask to
Oh,
go
sure.
find out from the deputy.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. I don't know what's work over here, so. I'm trying to see what it is.
Okay, and as far as Mr. Allman is concerned, I'm being told that the Thursday calendar is completely full. So we'd have to place Mr. Allman on the 5th.
If that's okay with the defense, that's fine with the state.
He's being offered time served. If I can find out if he understands the offer and can go forward, he could be out. He doesn't have resources out there, Your Honor, because his family is deceased and doesn't have any friends right now. So
Well, I'm just saying, Mr. McLean, I'm happy to do whatever you like the court to do. If you cannot get a social worker to see him, he won't be able to today, then we won't be able to put him on a calendar until next Tuesday. Is all this.
I think I'm stuck with Tuesday, Your Honor. I understand.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, what do
Tuesday. We can do that.
The judge wants
you know what? I think guilty. Yeah, and what they want to bring them over here, I think they'll go bring them. Yeah, I can go back and look. See. So do they usually, we are not usually here.
Right.
Do they usually do it on Zoom or do they usually bring the ladies over?
They do both.
In the last few weeks, they didn't bring them over. Last few, sometimes they brought them over, but before that, it was all sunset.
Well, I do not see them right now. I will try to look and see if I can put eyes on any women.
Okay.
We'll see.
Thank you.
They could be stuck in that traffic jam.
We two are in the same track. Thank you.
They had to be exploring Northwest Atlanta to come to this
Yeah,
jail.
I just sat in the car because there was two pilots. Closing, no, three, closing. Even though they all like myself.
I think we did, yeah. Because we did have a hearing, so decided for them to send it in. We are waiting today. Turn speed down this one, because it's kind of loud.
Let's see, while we're waiting, I see that Ms. Thomas has joined us for the DV bench warrant. Can we take that case? Is that possible?
Who's that?
Take your bench by Thomas.
Your Honor, we have not spoken to that person yet on the phone, so we'd like to,
Okay,
are they on Zoom yet?
yes, that Ms. Thomas is here. Good morning, Ms. Thomas.
If Ms. Thomas could call 404-612-2392, that would be 404-612-2392. Now, that might necessitate, depending on how they're getting on Zoom, they might have to come off of Zoom and go back on after the phone call, because some phones can't handle doing both at the same time. Some can.
Can I get the number one more time?
404-612-2392.
Yeah. You gotta go there. Always in there, been there for weeks.
What does that mean? Wait, I don't know what you're saying.
I guess I don't know if they're supposed to bring them over, but obviously they have not bring them over.
Right,
I don't know if they're supposed to be on Zoom. Obviously, I don't see them on Zoom.
right.
On,
But when you say you don't do language, what does that mean?
we go on mute.
It means, I think everybody who is back there.
Courtroom 2,
or-
courtroom 2.
You need to go mute.
Thank you.
This is the state all-purpose calendar and the probation. Hi, Ms. Adams and Mr. McLean, can you put the names of your clients who are at ACDC in the chat, please, if possible? Okay, thank you.
Ms. Adams.
I see that Mr. Gregory Washington has joined the Zoom, Your Honor. I did try reaching him on the phone, but I was unsuccessful. If I can be placed in a breakout space with them, so I may be able to speak with them with regard to,
Okay, do you want that to go to your laptop or is
yes,
there anyone?
my laptop, please.
Okay, so good morning, Mr. Washington. Can you hear me, sir? Okay, yeah, we're gonna place you into a breakout room, with Ms. Adams, who's gonna be representing you this morning so that you all can talk before we have the hearing, okay? All right, so, you're gonna have to figure out how to unmute yourself there, and then you're gonna get an indication of a breakout room, so.
Okay, good morning. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now, Mr. Washington.
Okay, thank you so much. So I'll get the notification. Will it be a phone call?
No, something will pop up on your screen that says
Okay.
accept breakout room or something of that nature, okay?
Okay.
Ms. Grace, can we go ahead and put them in a breakout room, please? Are you with me, Ms. Grace? Mr. McLean, are you still in courtroom 2?
Yes, Your Honor. I was,
Ms. Thomas said the number didn't work. I don't know if you saw that message, so
I did not. I was just trying, I was getting on
can we
honest.
just, are you there by yourself?
Right now, yes, sir.
Can we just put her into a breakout room with you?
Yes, sir. On the main screen, that would be fine.
Okay, let's see. Ms. Thomas, are you with me?
Yes.
Okay, activate your camera for me, ma'am. All right, so we're gonna put you into a breakout room with Mr. McLean here, okay? So can we, Ms. Grace, can we get Ms. Thomas in courtroom 2 in a breakout room, please?
Okay, Judge.
Thank you.
Sorry, Your Honor, but were we removed from the breakout space on purpose, or was that an accident?
I didn't touch anything. I don't know what happened.
No, I'm asking the court. Hang
Okay,
on.
apparently it was an accident. So can we place them back into a breakout room, or Ms. Grace? Are you with me, Ms. Grace?
Yes, sir. That was Ms. Adams and who?
And Mr. Gregory Washington. Okay, let's see. Are we ready to proceed on the DV bench warrant calendar?
Yes, Your Honor, on Deja Thomas, we're ready.
We're also ready for Gregory Washington.
Also, Gregory Washington is ready.
Okay, since I see Mr. Washington here, let's go ahead and take him first. Mr. Washington, it's Mr. Walker, sorry, it's my understanding that Mr. Washington missed a court date.
Oh, he missed a few, Your Honor. We could start with August 24th. I'm sorry, let me take that back. July 19th of 2021, he FTA'd in front of Judge Besson. That was a plea in arraignment. From there, his case was put on a preemptory calendar in front of Judge Besson. That was March 29th of this year. Again, he was another FTA. I believe he came into the clerk's office to request a sit-aside. Per that request, he was put on last Thursday's inquiry calendar. From my understanding, he did not show, which brings us to today's date. He initially was given a $2,500 surety bond. Of course, it's the state's position that defendants, it's their responsibility to update any change of address and to make every court date. That obviously did not happen. Again, he has had 3 court dates in since the inception of this case that he has not made it to court for. So he asked that the bench warrant is not set aside.
Yes, Your Honor. When I look in Odyssey and after speaking with Mr. Washington, it would appear that the initial bench warrant was issued on March 31st, for missing a March 29th court date. Around the time, I believe it was around 2020, Mr. Washington moved. And a notice was initially sent around October 29th. It was returned on that date to the court. He has never received a notice from the court for any of his court dates. He did appear once for court. That was for I believe that was his first appearance. He didn't realize that when he moved, he had changed his address with the post office, thinking that that would also update his address with the courthouse. And kept getting denied for jobs. He wasn't really sure why, so he went ahead and did his own research on his background. And that's when he found out that he had his bench warrant for this case. So on August the 18th, which if I'm not mistaken, that was last week, that was when he actually changed his address with the court. I don't believe he received a court date for him to attend for last Thursday. He still has not received any notices, but he was able to find out because once he found out about today's court date because he called the court to find out. And so with that, Your Honor, we are requesting a set aside since he's never been given an opportunity to have a bench warrant set aside and he's missed his court date simply because he had not updated his address with the court, thinking that when he did it with the post office, that was sufficient.
What was, and has he changed his address as of now?
Yes, Your Honor, he updated it on the 18th of August.
Okay, and tell me about the first court date missed back in July of, what was that first court date?
2021, that was a plea in arraignment with Judge Besson.
So that was around the time he had actually moved, Your Honor. He had actually already moved by that court date, so he didn't receive a notice. When you look in Odyssey, Your Honor, every notice that was sent to Mr. Washington was returned to the court because he never received it.
Okay, so Mr. Washington, you understand that just because you change your address with the post office, that doesn't mean that you change your address with everybody else who needs to get in touch with you, right? You understand that?
I learned my lesson this year, yes, Your Honor.
Okay, well, that might have been a hard lesson to learn, Mr. Washington, because that could place you in jail, okay? So your number one priority from now going forward should be making sure that you show up for court with your next court date. So I'm going to give you the opportunity one more time. But if you miss another court date, then it will not be set aside in the future. You understand me?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Good luck to you, Mr. Washington.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Ms. Thomas?
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am. I take it, Mr. Walker, that Ms. Thomas missed the court date also.
Yes, Your Honor, she missed plea and arraignment in front of Judge Enline on January 6th of this year.
Mr. McLean?
Your Honor, she is 27 years old. She's never missed a court date anywhere before. I discussed with her the 3 methodologies with which people don't miss a court date. And she understands. She'd like to ask the court to reset her court date and let her try to make that one.
Why did she miss the court date? What was the reason?
We haven't a clue. She says that 6174 Split Pine Court was the correct address. It's not an apartment glitch. There's no apartment number. She doesn't know why she didn't get mail.
I don't live there anymore.
You don't live there anymore?
No.
Well, who does live there?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I guess.
Well, then it is a case of moving then and not. But at any rate, we determined that it's not an apartment number problem. But if you move, you do have to tell the court of your new address.
Yeah, I told them when I came down to figure out about this on Friday.
You corrected it now. But in the
Right.
meantime, Your Honor, she did hear that the alleged victim had asked the state to drop the case, and she had assumed that it was all over with. So that's why she wasn't on point.
Okay, again, Ms. Thomas, if it were me, I just wouldn't go off someone's word that something's been dropped. I'd want to know that I didn't have anything pending against me in a court somewhere. You know, that's not a hard thing to do. You know, you call the court, you ask, you know, about your case, and the clerk will tell you about the case. So as far as someone else telling you that something's been dropped, if I were you, I would never rely on somebody else. I want to make sure, because that other person, they're not going to be sitting in jail. It's you that's going to be sitting in jail. It's also your responsibility whenever you move, before you move, to let the court know that you have relocated. Otherwise, we have to track you down, put a warrant out. You miss a court date. It's my practice to give you one opportunity, one chance. You've used up your one chance this time, Ms. Thomas. So if you miss a court date again in the future, the bench warrant will not be set aside. Do you understand me?
Yes, sir.
All right. Good luck to you, Ms. Thomas.
So am I looking for more mail after this, or what's the
Well,
next step?
You're going to be noticed as far as your next court date. You're going to be noticed at whatever address that the court has on file with you. It's up to you to make sure that whoever that your address is correct. Okay. So you will get notice of your next court date.
If I may,
In addition, Ms. Thomas, like we were discussing, mail's great stuff, but it is hit or miss. So go contact the clerk. Okay.
also too, if I may,
Yes.
so being Judge Enline's courtroom, I remember Ms. Thomas's file. Your new attorney, her name is Bianca Thomas, Ms. Thomas. So it would also be helpful if you make sure you get in contact with your attorney so that she has your contact information, because she also will reach out to her about your upcoming court date.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. You both have a good day. Where are we with the rest of today's calendar? Do you know, Mr. McLean?
I do not. How are we looking on the ACDC matter?
He said you just talked to Lieutenant Colonel, and they said that they're gonna bring.
I talked to the lieutenant colonel, and she informed me that she talked to transfer, and they will bring them over here to the jail. So initially, I think there was a plan to bring them to the jail, but I don't know how the wires got crossed, so they was not brought. So I don't believe it's gonna be on the boat. It's gonna be brought to the jail, and they should be in route.
Okay. And what about, I mean, we do have some other people that should be at the jail. Do we know about them? Let's see, position number 10, Robert Brunson.
That person, when I went to visit Robert Brunson yesterday on 2 South, They said he was not located there anymore and they would make it, their best efforts to find out what floor he may have been moved to. And that's the last we heard on Robert Brunson.
On the information I have on Robert Brunson, he has been reset.
Right, we did, but we have to find him.
I
So,
understand that.
so he's reset till next Tuesday?
Correct.
Okay, so what about, so position 15, I take it that that's a female. Candy Horn,
Candy Horn is a negotiated plea, Your Honor.
position, well, but she's, if she's a female, then she's on her way over.
Correct. Correct.
Okay, what about position 21, Jimmy McKinnon?
Your Honor, Jimmy McKinnon is in South Annex. I haven't heard any word as to what's going on. Typically they would be on Zoom, but I don't see them. They haven't gotten on. I don't know why or where they are. They're not here. I was going to ask the court that if he's not here by the end of the calendar, that we can just reset him to Thursday. He does have some of the cases going on, so he's not going to be going anywhere right now.
Okay, so we'll reset him till next Tuesday, because Thursday's calendars, is full.
Okay.
All right, and I take it that from the look of the calendar, that the remainder are female, so I guess we will just hold until they get there. Okay?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Just let us know. Oh, you know what we can do now while we're waiting? We can go over the calendar if you like.
I apologize. Before we start, what, did we say something about 33? I know it said
Position 33, that's reset also.
Tuesday.
Yes. And
Was that the one you all were discussing before? Oh, no, you all were discussing Brunson. Brunson is being reset to Tuesday.
right.
Okay, position number 1 and 2 were negotiated pleas. Position number 3 and 4 will be reset to next Tuesday's SAP calendar. Position number 5 and 6 and 7 were negotiated pleas. Position number 8 and 9 were null cross. Position number 10 is reset for Tuesday's SAP calendar. Position number 11 was a negotiated plea. Position number 12 is reset jail jury. Position number 13 and 14 are negotiated pleas. Position 15 and 16 were holding on. Position number 17 and 18 were negotiated pleas. Position number 19 was reset jail jury. Position number 20 was a negotiated plea. Position number 21 is reset for Tuesday's SAP calendar. Position number 22 was a reset jail jury with an amended bond of a $1,000 signature bond through a pretrial and to stay away from the Walmart on Old National Highway. Position number 23 and 24 were negotiated pleas. Position number 25, was null cross. Position number 26 is transferred to Superior Court. Position number 27 were holding. Position number 28 was a negotiated plea. 29 and 30 negotiated pleas. 31 and 32 were holding on, and position number 33 is reset for Tuesday's SAP calendar. And both cases from the DV bench warrant calendar were set aside.
Okay, we'll be in recess until someone else gets with us.
So I'm coming down I-85.
Hold on for a second. Hold on.
Hey, Ms. Adams, can you hear me? I know Mr. McKinnon, Jimmy McKinnon, he was reset, but was he at the South Annex?
Yes, he was.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Adams,
Yes, Your Honor.
do you know if we have an ETA on what time they're supposed to arrive or where they are or anything? I mean, I just don't want to keep holding up everyone.
I definitely understand. Do you guys have an ETA on the inmates from ACDC?
I'm trying to find out now.
He's looking right now, Judge.
Okay, thank you. If you could just let the court know.
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
So I contacted someone at the jail and they reached out. They said they are en route and they're about 10 minutes out.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Walker. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Judge, I didn't get a chance to hear what Mr. Walker said, but the deputy did say, that they're about 10 minutes out.
Yes, that's what I understood.
Judge, I just wanted to update the court that the ladies have arrived. They're about to bring them up.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, Judge, we are ready.
All right, very good. Who do we have first?
Ms. Horn, position number 15, come on up to the green chair.
Yeah. it's a green chair. It's a little chair.
This is going to be a negotiated plea, is that correct?
It is.
Yes, good afternoon, Ms. Horn. I'm Judge Eric Morrow. This is the state all-purpose calendar that we're conducting by video. Do you agree to have your case heard by video?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Can you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give before this court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, you can put your hand down. Thank you, Ms. Horn. Yes, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you, Judge. The state is recommending 12 months to serve 40 days, credit for time served 20 days, with the balance probated, an 8-week anger management program, alcohol drug evaluation and treatment, no further contact with Travis Brown, and a stay away from the incident location, 1940 Fisher Road in Atlanta. That's all, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. McLean?
Those are the terms, Your Honor, and we ask the court to accept her negotiated plea.
Ms. Horn, it's my understanding that in case 21 CR 007600F, you wish to plead guilty to criminal trespass, is that correct?
Yes.
Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol this afternoon?
No, sir.
You've been represented by counsel. Are you satisfied with his representation?
Yes, sir.
You understand that you have a right to a trial by jury on this charge, and that by pleading guilty to it, you're giving up your right to a trial by jury?
Yes, sir.
Has anyone forced or coerced you to plead guilty?
No.
I will accept the plea as negotiated, Ms. Horn. When you complete the terms of the probation will terminate. So the sooner you get it done, the sooner you won't be on probation, okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Good luck to you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Judge Morrow,
Yes.
I think we have an FTA case for
Right.
Mr.
It was my understanding that the state was gonna null process that.
That is correct. Thank you.
Thank you. And have you already sent that paperwork over, Ms. Ferguson? I've signed a number of FTAs. I'm just not sure if that's one of them.
I'll double check and make sure, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
When we're on mute. When we're on mute, ask me a question. Throw that out.
I was gonna add,
Who do we have next?
Position number 27. Thank you, Joy.
Okay, this is going to be an arraignment and bond modification request.
yes, Your Honor. Come right here.
Yes, good afternoon, Ms. St. Julius. I'm Judge Eric Morrow. This is the state all-purpose calendar that we're conducting by video. Do you agree to have your case heard by video?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Can you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear from the testimony you're about to give before this court be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
You can put your hands down. Thank you. You've been charged in case 23 CR 0050004C with battery, family violence, and cruelty to children in the third degree. Each of these charges carries with it a maximum penalty of 12 months in jail and/or $1,000 fine. Do you waive formal reading of the accusation?
Yes, Your Honor.
Once this is good.
You plead, Ms. Angelius, guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
You will record your not guilty plea. Your case will be returned to the division judge and you'll get notification of your next hearing date. Let's see, is there a history, Ms. Hardy?
This defendant has a total of 4 arrest cycles, with arrests out of Georgia and South Carolina, no felony convictions, no probation violations or FTAs.
What's the current bond?
Yes, Your Honor. If I could just clarify to add to the criminal history, there is a misdemeanor conviction. There's 20 CR 001-433H, and that was a reckless conduct involving the same juvenile children that are involved in this case. To answer the court's question, she has a current bond of a $1,500 surety to the 1 count of battery family violence and a $500 surety to the 1 count of cruelty to children in the third degree. In this case, law enforcement was dispatched at 670 Eleanor Place. They spoke with the defendant's ex-husband, who advised that the defendant came to the house drunk, inebriated, demanding to see their children, which she has full custody of. At that time, she did grab one of the juvenile children by his arm and drug him out of the home. The father did follow, and a physical altercation did occur. At that time, he was able to secure the juvenile child. However, the defendant took out a baseball bat and broke out the front window and broke the frame to the door of the home. Based upon the defendant's criminal history, again, having a reckless conduct conviction from 2020 involving the same child. And I would note in that 2020 case, she also was inebriated. And the facts alleged in the warrant, the state feels as though a $1,500 surety on the count of battery family violence and a $500 surety on the cruelty to children is more than appropriate.
And I have down here, Mr. Walker, there's a pending DA transfer. Is that still pending?
It's still pending. And the basis for that transfer request is the the victim in this case had an active TPO at the time of this incident. So it is likely that this will be upgraded to aggravated stalking.
Okay. Yes, Ms. Adams.
Yes, Your Honor. Well, with regards to Mrs. St. Gillet, I apologize, Ms. Gillette. Ms. Delay is born and raised here in Georgia, Savannah. She's lived in Atlanta for the past 8 years. Her children are her pride and joy. Mr. Galay actually does not have sole custody of the children. And the way that the incident was reported to the police is not accurate in any way. With regards to that, Mr. Jalay is actually not working. The TPO has in fact been modified to allow for Ms. Jalay to be able to have contact with them so that she can see her children. And I'm sorry, not so she can see her children, so that they can co-parent effectively, because he does not have full custody of the children. She does work. Because he's not working, any money that she makes, aside from paying her bills, she uses to help take care of her children. And because he's not working and she's here, there's no money going to her kids. She does suffer from PTSD. So she's been in trauma counseling, and since she's been here, she's not getting the counseling that she needs. In addition to that, she's missed a tooth surgery. And before November of 2020, she has nothing in her history. She was doing some sort of classes, Your Honor, and she'd like to resume them. And so again, she would like to be able to get out so that she can get back to work, so she does not lose her own home, and so that her children can be financially cared for. They are the ages of 6 and 7 years old. She does have some college. She's 34 years old, and she's got plenty of experience working in restaurants, Your Honor. So with regards to that, I do understand what the state said. Oh, and also she's been incarcerated for about 15 to 16 days. And so with regards to that, Your Honor, we are asking for a signature bond from the court.
Ms. Adams, I'm not going to modify the bond at this point, but what I will do is, if the case is, given that it's pending a DA transfer, if it is transferred, I'll let them deal with the bond modification. If it's not transferred, then I'll hear any argument that you might have at that time. So I'm going to see if it's transferred first. So I'm not going to modify it today, but if it's not transferred, then you can certainly bring it back and I'll reconsider in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Can we talk after? So he's going on. Yeah, yeah. Okay. I don't know. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Judge.
Next will be 31 where?
And this is going to be a negotiated plea.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, good afternoon, Ms. Ware. I'm Judge Eric Morrow. This is the state all-purpose calendar that we're conducting by video. Do you agree to have your case heard by video?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Can you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give before this court be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you can put your hand down. Thank you, Ms. Ware. Yes, Mr. Walker.
Yes, Your Honor. State's recommendation is 12 months to serve 40 days, credit for time served 20 days, balance probated with the condition of a 6-week anger management course, no further contact with the victim whose name is Courtney Peters, and a stay away from the incident location 4590 Washington Gardens.
Your Honor,
Yes.
defense just requests the court to accept the plea as negotiated. And we would like also to ask the court, because she is on SSDI. And so we would be requesting the court to waive probation fees and terminate her probation upon completion. She does have an updated address, and I can go ahead and put that in the chat for the court.
Okay.
Oh, additionally, Your Honor, she does have a hold. And so if she's given that signature bond, Your Honor, she'll be able to go ahead and take care of whatever that's for.
Are we doing a plea or?
I thought she was entering a plea.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, yes, she is.
Okay.
I apologize.
Okay. Ms. Ware, it's my understanding that in case 20 CR 003839J, you wish to plead guilty to simple assault and disorderly conduct. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You under the influence of any drugs or alcohol this afternoon?
No, sir.
You've been represented by counsel. Are you satisfied with her representation?
Yes.
You understand that you have a right to a trial by jury on these charges, and that by pleading guilty to them, you're giving up your right to a trial by jury?
Yes.
Has anyone forced or coerced you to plead guilty?
No.
I will accept the plea as negotiated. Ms. Ware, let's see. I will have, I'm not going to waive any fees because I think you can get through the 6 weeks of anger management relatively quickly in the first month or so. But I will have the probation terminate once you complete the term. So the sooner you get the anger management completed, the sooner you won't be on probation, okay? All right, good luck to you, Ms. Ware. It's my understanding that the other charge is going to be null prost.
Next will be Ms. Davis on the probation calendar.
Okay.
Your Honor, before we get started, Ms. Miller has informed me that she was told something about an FTA in addition to her probation hearing today. I don't have anything for that, but we're more than prepared to discuss it if the state is ready as well.
So this is Ms. Davis. Oh, so you're talking about someone down the line.
Yes, Davis is, okay, she's also Amisha Lett and Amisha Miller. She is position 3, position 4, and position 13 and position 16 on the probation calendar.
Okay, I'm sorry. So I have position 1 as Navi Davis and 2 as Navi Davis. Is this Miss Davis seated next to you?
Yeah, that's the name that they put me up on because that was the ID I had on.
Oh, okay, okay. And so you also Miss.
My
So
name is Emisha Miller.
what's your name?
My name is Emisha Miller.
Alicia Miller. Okay, so
Alicia
I
Miller.
see what you're saying. Okay. So 16.
16, 13, 4, and 3, Judge.
16. Thirteen is Amisha Levitt. Okay. Afternoon, Officer Harris.
How you doing, Judge?
I'm doing fine. Let's see. Miss Miller, I'm Judge Eric Morrow. This is the probation revocation calendar that we are conducting by video. Do you agree to have your case heard by video?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Officer Harris.
Your Honor, for both cases, for Ms. Miller, she was sentenced on February the 23rd of this year to complete a shoplifting course. As of today, Ms. Miller reported to our office to complete the class. A probation recommendation was to continue her on, but for credit for time served for both cases as to close them out.
Okay. Okay, so she also has, so are you seeking just to close the theft by shoplifting out, or also the driving while license was suspended or revoked and the other theft by shoplifting?
We only have 2 of them with the shoplifting. She had a reckless driving one.
FTA. Yeah, I believe one may be an FTA, Your Honor. For the record, Ms. Miller was incarcerated in Clayton County from March 1st, 2023 to June 6th, 2023. She was also in for probation. She was also in Coweta from June 6th, 2023 to June 16th, 2023. Then she went to DeKalb from June 16th, 2023 to July 7th, 2023. And then she's been here in Fulton since July 7th. So she has been consistently and consecutively in jail since March 1st of 2023. So she would not have been able to go to anything if she's here. And if she wasn't pulled and brought to court, that wouldn't have been a fault of her own.
Okay, I'm just trying to make sure that all of her that is the recommendation of probation to close out all the cases that I have on this calendar, which are 3, 4, 13, and 16. Was that the intent?
Your Honor, we don't have anything in the case about her name. We have as a last name Miller.
Okay, well, she's
The
also
20,
position 13, Amisha Lett. You have that?
yes. 13 and 14?
Yeah, 13,
Hey, all
Just
y'all
thir-
front row, go on the second row.
13 and 6, 3, 4, 13, and 16.
Y'all
Is
come
my understanding, there are 3 different names for this young lady.
back there, cool breeze.
Yes, it's apparently so.
Okay,
We have 20 CR.
I think I can help. So it looks like position number 13, that is the alias to position number 4. And position number 16 is her actual name, but the alias is position number 3.
okay, I'm just trying to get an understanding. Are all these cases gonna be closed out?
So it appears it's 2 cases, Judge, and I think that's what the what probation is saying is the 2 cases are both being closed out for time served. Is that correct, Ms. Harris?
Yes.
Okay, so that's fine with me. I just want to make sure that we have all the paperwork properly done so that all and that's the intent, that all these cases are going to be time served cases. So that's your understanding, or your recommendation to me, Officer Harris?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so I'll accept the recommendation. So time served on 3, 4, 13, and 16. All right.
Judge,
Good luck.
it would appear that she also has, I don't see it on the calendar. She also has a failure to appear. I was trying to pull it up in Odyssey to figure out what she was referring to. But it also shows that she's telling me that she was informed that she has a failure to appear from pretrial. And I'm not sure if that's for a new case and I don't know if anybody has any information.
Well, I briefly looked into it. I understand she has more than one name. But according to the booking number on the calendar, she only has 2 holds, and that was her probation cases. So if she has the FTA, maybe it's from another jurisdiction.
I'm not looking at it.
So to your knowledge, Mr. Walker, the time served is going to close out everything that she has with misdemeanor court in Fulton County.
From my understanding, and that's just from looking at her
Okay.
booking screen. She has 2 holds, and they're both probation holds. That's
Okay,
all. Yeah,
okay.
that's all. I'm saying.
All right, thank you. Well, okay, Ms. Miller, good luck to you. Anything
Thank you
further?
so much. Thank you, Mr. Morrow. Thank you, Ms. Harris. Thank you, Mr. Walker.
You're welcome.
You can go ahead and. Just go ahead and give a double check.
That's the number 2. Call it number 3. Come on, ma'am. Probation, I have, how you say your name? Lewison.
Good afternoon, Ms. Lewison. I'm Judge Eric Morrow. This is the probation revocation calendar that we're conducting by video. Do you agree to have your case heard by video?
Yes. Yeah.
And this is your case, Ms. McLeod?
Yes, Your Honor, but I still haven't had the opportunity to speak.
Oh, okay. All right. So we need to have Ms. McLeod speak with Ms. Lewison.
if she wanna say her name over the Zoom, I mean, her number over the Zoom, we can, like, call.
The courtroom Zoom, the two?
Yeah. Yes, Ms. McLeod.
Okay,
Can you write down the number right quick?
I sent it.
Okay, she sent it in the chat.
Of course, I don't know. You know. Come on, Miss Lord. Come on over to our red chair. Yeah, come with me. I'm on. No. Oh, yeah, you might go over this one right here. Right here.
Your Honor, if I can inquire, did that conclude the SAP calendar or do we still have this?
I don't think you have it.
I believe that conclude to what I have, Mr. Walker, I believe that concludes the SAP calendar. Do we have anyone else in courtroom 2 for, aside from Ms. Lewison? Anyone that we need to take care of in courtroom 2 besides Ms. Lewison?
Okay, well, you don't forget to send me your order. Thanks.
I believe that may be it, Judge.
Okay, so yes, Mr. Walker, I believe that concludes the SAP calendar. So everyone is dismissed. That's not necessary for Ms. Lewison's case. I appreciate y'all's patience today.
Thank you.
So we will be in recess until
Judge.
yes.
I did find the failure to appear for Ms. Davis, for Ms. Nani Davis. The case number is 23 FTA 000558.
Okay.
The offense date was March 2nd, so she was caught on March 2nd, but she was in court on, I mean, she was in jail on March 1st. I believe, trying to figure out which case it was attached to, but it does show that it was closed. So I just want to clarify with the court for Ms. Davis that she doesn't have anything to worry about because of her bench warrant was set aside. It looks like it may have been, so I just wanted to put that on the record that her bench warrant.
Okay, that's fine. And it was my understanding from my conversation with Ian that that everything was taken care of. So and I was trying to make sure that everything was taken care of. So hopefully it is.
Yeah, it looks like it is.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so we'll hold until Ms. McLeod returns. And Officer Harris, I have a 2 o'clock SEA calendar. I'm in G33. So if you've gotten the paperwork prepared by that by early afternoon, you can just bring it by if you like. I'm in the courtroom.
Okay, that's all, I can do that.
Okay, so. All right, we'll be in recess until Ms. McLeod returns.
Yes, Judge Morrow, I'm sorry, it's taken so long.
Okay, we ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. It appears that this is a somewhat unusual situation.
Okay, let me hear from, well, first off, yes, Officer Harris.
Ms. Williamson was sentenced on August the 4th of 2022 to 12 months to complete the 6-week domestic violence class and 60 hours of community service. As of today, Ms. Kim has not reported to our office. Service probation recommendation was to give her time served and close the case.
Ms. McLeod?
Yes, Your Honor. What my client tells me is that she has absolutely no recollection of ever pleading guilty in this case. She denies that she pled guilty and was put on probation. She says she actually got a signature bond and was let out of jail last year. When I looked in Odyssey, it shows a complete disposition that she took a plea on 2 of the 3 charges and that the 3rd charge was now passed. And that she had probation terms, but she insisted that is not what happened. And so, of course, she didn't feel any obligation to report because, you know, she didn't know that she was on probation. So I was just trying to clarify that with Mr. McLean because she had said that he was her attorney. But when we checked, we saw that someone called Owen Lynch had represented her there, Your Honor. So.
Okay. So as far as today goes, Ms. McLeod, what would you like me to accept the recommendation from
Yes.
probation?
Yes.
And I guess if there's some issues you can look in, or someone can look in to them as we go further, but it's my understanding that she did enter a plea at some point in time and was placed on probation.
That is what it shows in Odyssey, Your Honor, because I did check.
So
And I have the disposition also because I downloaded that from Odyssey.
all right, I'll accept probation's recommendation, time served. All right, good luck to you, Ms. Lewison.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Ms. McLeod.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, and with that, I believe that concludes the 9 o'clock calendars. You all have a good rest of your day. We'll see you next time. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
30 minutes.